Good evening, and welcome to another episode of Tales of Vardin on To Be Diced. We are excited to get back into our story and pick things up where we left off last time. Perhaps I am the only one that is excited to move things forward. But either way, there's lots of exciting things to come. Speaking of exciting things, we also have other games throughout the week. Coming up March 2nd, we have Dimensional Dialogue with Dr. Diago. So that will be Sunday, March 2nd. So keep an eye out for times for that when we start. But it is March 2nd. This coming Tuesday, Tarzan, we have Edge of the Empire, correct?
So yeah, buddy.
Continuing, lots of exciting things happening over there. And excuse me, should everyone's schedules align and our health stay in a good place, we'll have Valley of Endless War on Wednesday as well.
Oh,
correct?
oh yes.
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 Following that will be another episode of Tales of Vardin next Thursday. If we don't TPK. If we do TPK, we'll still come around and kind of do a few closing sessions, perhaps. Or
I appreciate you.
Pick up the story with other characters moving forward from maybe a different angle, a different point of view, perhaps. I don't know.
Sir, is there a real likelihood that can happen? You don't have to say those things.
I don't know. Based off of last time.
Oh no.
I don't know.
He doesn't want to make any promises.
I don't want to make any promises. I honestly don't know because some of those roles were crazy and were not what I expected at all. But that is the game we play. Rolling the dice and seeing what story they tell. And this is the one that they chose. And it is up to us to step forward into it fully and see what happens.
Stop it.
Yeah.
It's not time yet.
Yeah. Your time will come. We also should have a Matt, War Tour Knight, out there on the interwebs coming to join us here after a little bit. But let's see who else we've got playing with us this evening as we move forward with our story. We can start with, our lovely person here.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on most social media platforms, mainly active on TikTok and Instagram. Today I am playing the fabulous and wonderful super tall half-orc barbarian raised by halflings, Grendel Fialova, who is just on the endless journey with people that she considers her family, that she cares about very dearly, to go and try and get her goth tiefling girlfriend back. And she's trying her best, and we're going to see if she can keep trying her best after this episode. It's going to be great. Yay!
Hi, I'm Cyanide. I play Emrys. I'm mainly active on Twitch, and going forward, I'm going to be far more active on Twitch as I'm going to be role-playing on our new server, High Rev Roleplay for GTA 5M. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of crazy shit that's going to happen over there. It's going to be time.
Hey guys, I'm Dia, also known as Diavel.cos on all social media. I did play Xenia, who is now no longer with us, and instead is with his creatures in the Shadowfell. We'll see who comes up to take his place next. I am most active on TikTok and Instagram, but I am Diavel.cos on all social media, and I will not be with our group next week as I'll be working during the second half of the week when our games take place. However, you will see me again the week after.
Perfect. Let's drop down there to our friend Lee and then go across the screen the other way.
Hello, everybody. It is your friendly neighborhood Lee, also was formerly known as Millie, for he is now traveling the Shadow world with his beloved Queen of Shadows, also known as the Lady of Death. Hope to see how the session continues as we move on to the good-looking person to my, I think, left. Kind of dyslexic on camera.
Hi, everybody. I am Victor, the Story Weaver, currently playing KD, a.k.a. Harpun, a.k.a. Dorset, spy, mysterious individual / individuals. Who's to say? And everything is fine. Yeah.
Everything is awesome.
Everything's good when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome.
Copyright.
Hi. That being said, I play William the Great, formerly once known. Now William, the guy that just lost 2 important people in his life, and possibly 3 on the way to a third. This is why he likes being on boats. I'm Daddy Tarzan 82855 on all social media platforms. You can find me under that handle everywhere. I produce thirst trap content, D&D, and it's great. Everything is awesome.
With that attitude, moving forward, let's see what happens this evening as we move forward with Tales of Vardin and what's to come. As with any story, there are multiple lines running parallel to each other. Moving up to this point, this tumultuous night that our party finds themselves in, there was another night. A tabaxi. Luna, what have you been up to since Ember Shard?
Oh, that was a month and a half ago now. I had been, on behalf of my mother, organizing the new sect that had not taken over, but the new sect of Emeria that had established themselves in Embershard. There was a lot of picking up the pieces and loose threads from the time before Hydra had cast its spell. In between that, I had been spending some time with Toro. Whatever he's doing is his own business now. I don't ask questions. Neither does he. And we've made that very clear. Though,
Yeah.
in the past month, there has been an ongoing feeling of being watched, which I find most suspicious. Most don't see me.
That feeling continues as you wrap up your time in Ember Shard and go back to your regular business. There has been a small lead about a potential artifact that you have been sent to investigate. That feeling of being watched, you are able to overturn and watch instead from time to time. This location has a few traps, a few snags to the information that you are needing. However, they're minor inconveniences. As you move through, you make it to the location that you had been told that this artifact would be. and any relative information therein. However, when you enter, there is only an empty room with a single chair, a table, and an old, rather rotund, bearded individual sitting in the chair. I trust you made it here in one piece, judging by your presence here.
Is this individual familiar to me at all?
They do not. Their demeanor their demeanor is calm, albeit somewhat jolly. Rosy cheeks and a broad nose, twinkling eyes. I am sorry, there is nothing here for you. It is a little bit of a cat and mouse game, unfortunately. Uh, who is the cat? Who is the mouse? Who's to say? But there is someone who wishes to speak to you, and they like to make sure that they know who are they are talking to, and that conversation happens in a safe place. That is why I am here. Now, again, I do apologize, but measures have to be taken. As he says this, from seemingly the shadows themselves, Victor, would you like to take over?
There are two figures that emerge. The one that seems to be leading on is this tall, dark-skinned, bald-headed individual wearing a coat that seems very formal and almost naval-like. And they seem to be accompanied by another figure which seems to be wearing a similar uniform, just a few steps back and a little to the side of a female with a braid, fair hair and skin, seemingly just staring very firmly. The male figure simply steps closer to where the table and the chair are. I trust that you have had a very good recovery from the time that you were in Embershard.
You would be correct. Though I would also feel more trusting if I knew who it was that addressed me.
And I am sure that it would put you at ease, but unfortunately, in my line of work, I have to be careful, you see. As you take measures with the things that you do, so I must take other measures for myself. However, I can tell you that in time, perhaps, you may come to understand this a little better. And at the end of the day, those who get to know me are able to know where I am when they see me, if they see me.
And what shall you be called then, if not the name you are given?
For now, I hope you are able to call me someone you may call an ally in the future. Now, I do not have much time, and I take it that you also have other things to do, for the Council of Nine does not like to waste time. That is something that we have in common.
You are
So I
well
will.
informed.
Yes, I am. So allow me to say this. If I may ask you, what is it that you value the most?
I value what it is that is in the best interest of the myriad. And the way she says it is a very like practiced response, like something she's been told and expected to say in the event of such question. That is what she recites.
And is that also the reason why you decided to share some time with a certain dwarf who seems to be very skilled?
You overstep.
I am merely trying to get a proper answer. I do respect your training and your loyalty to the Myriad and the Council of Nine, but right now, my interest is not in the Council per se, is in you. For you are the one standing before me, and you are the one I wish to speak to, not the Myriad.
There are new possibilities at play in the future, a certain thread of vengeance that could be enacted upon her, so I am told.
Indeed. However, it is very hard to think of a possibility of a vengeance or survival of a realm if there is no realm to survive on. Wouldn't you agree?
I would. There is not much realm left if there is no people within it.
Indeed. I am aware that the Myriad and the Council of Night have contacts with other organizations that tend to spend much time in the shadows, such like yourself and myself. However, I fear that some of the people moving the pieces are seeking for power that they cannot control. And if this power is not controlled, then it becomes something that we may not be able to stop.
That is why they have people like you and I on the shadows, no?
Indeed,
A carefully woven tangled web. That if one were to slip through the grasp of those they call pillars of power, we have contingency that we can catch them, weave them, guide them towards the right direction.
mm, and I have no doubt that you do, for I have the same. However, it is my belief that it is in the moment when you think yourself certain of the actions that you can take that you find yourself surprised by that which you did not expect. And so I am here because whether you chose it or not, you found yourself involved with a group of people, which at first I put much effort into putting together for a mission. Now, they are not who they once were. Some of them are no longer here, and others have joined that give me more concern than trust. And so I am here because I believe at some point there may come a time where the Myriad or myself may fall short on what we need to do in order to protect the realm above all. You have your goals. My goals are to protect the realm. And in this particular case, I believe they can align.
I am familiar with this group that you speak of. Curious, is it not, that these three adventurers at times have more leeway and resources than those of us who have established organizations. They can move freely with their own goals. They are not so bound by expectation in a veil of misdirection. This is the same group that was responsible for the false Hydra?
Indeed.
And what of them now? What is it you are seeking?
I'm merely seeking to make sure that whatever comes next, it is something I am prepared for as much as I can. And Even though I am not going to pretend to believe that the Council of Nine and myself are going to become friends, I do believe that despite some of your actions and your choices and your desires as an organization, you still care for this realm. And so, I would like for you to send word to the Council of Nine that if they choose to perhaps extend an opportunity for a collaboration or support on the matters that I am doing to make sure and ensure that the realm prevails, then you may tell them the thread will be there should they ever need something in return. There is, however, one condition.
Oh, that does not surprise me. I expected more. Speak your condition.
You are the condition. If I am to call on the Myriad to assist, I wish it to be you who comes forth.
Hmm. Your message is received and acknowledged. I will ensure it reaches the matron's ear. You have my word.
Very well. In that case, Thaddeus here will make sure that you have whatever you need. And the figure walks toward you, Luna, and they offer a hand to shake.
Nina cautiously extends one of her on. You see, there's a lot more fine jewelry on her fingers than there were before.
You take the hand, and they sort of have a nod, but they do it in a very deliberate way. They do it in a way that they know that you will notice that they are doing this nod in a deliberate way to get closer because they know that you're going to pay attention to it.
Hmm.
And when they get close and give you that nod, you're able to spot the eye colors are different. One color is green, one color is hazel. I hope that the call that I may do upon you does not happen as soon as I expect. However, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. And with nothing else, they turn around, they start to walk, and they sort of look at Thaddeus, make sure that they have what they need. And the female figure, you see them sort of looking at you. The person, this figure walks, and then eventually the female figure turns, follows. They go into seemingly the back of this location where there are shadows, and eventually they seem to be gone.
As the figure disappears into the back edges of this room, Thaddeus will approach. You notice that he is far more boisterous in his clothing and in his demeanor than our friend, wearing bright colors, greens and oranges, tapestry like garments, as he digs inside of the folds and goes, "Well, with all that out of the way, let us see. Yes, here. It is standard operation here. Here you go." And he hands you a small gem that is runed and carved with a teleportation insignia, as well as a small sending stone. Now, these are for emergency purposes only. Do you understand? Yes. And he starts going through just like a very rehearsed step by step. Congratulations, you've been hired, sort of thing. These are the step by step instructions. And then at the end, he just kind of concludes with, and yes, I am Thaddeus Pennyworth. I am always around in Grand Soren. If you need anything but let down, come see me. We have some tea, have some cakes, mostly cakes. But if you really like tea, we can we can adjust to some of those things. Very fine tea house, I know of. If you find yourself out on the ocean, though, you should really visit an inn. They have an excellent tea house as well. However, getting off topic, yes, I'm your point of contact. I would love to schedule a time to meet with your matron Velpus. I hear that is sort of the next steps moving forward with our organization as well as yours. And he just continues to go on as you two leave this place, ending that conversation. Moving forward, only about a week and a half from this point, Victor, at the end of last session, you said you had something you wanted to try at the location. We ran out of time. There was a lot going on. Let's dig into that for a moment. The Magisterium is going down. We have Grendel, William, Emerus, and Godey deep in the basement. While KD is across town to the northwest in a abandoned warehouse district, and they have found a location much like Embershard, a desecrated place with an archway with runes. At this time, these runes lay dormant, not alight in any form or fashion. What is it you want to try in this space? You entered this place, and there is a rolling, abyssal smoke rolling from the floor, oppressing your mind, and you resisted the pull to madness. What is Katie's next move after that?
Earlier on, when KD used his familiar in their true sight, they were also had a vision of their ancestor, where it showed that there are runes throughout the city, and one particular rune seemed to be flickering, or rather seemed to be broken. And KD, understanding the gravity of the Magisterium, but also understanding the multidimensional threats, decided to take a gamble and ride to this place, because this is the location where they saw the rune that was broken. And KD is now standing there where that rune is supposed to be, as they saw in the vision, and they saw their ancestor. And you see them draw a dagger, and they cut the palm of their hand as they say, "Let me prove to myself that I'm more than a parlor trickster." And they are going to kneel and place their hand on the ground, as they are going to use the memory of that vision of their ancestor who was casting the runes, and is going to attempt to recreate the rune and reforge it, to basically bring it back to life, trying to channel whatever energy that they possess, that they believe may be part of what their ancestors had, using whatever resources they can draw from, including their amethyst shard that you gifted me in the beginning of the campaign. He's just going to attempt to redo this rune.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to run a skill check, much like we did with Xenia. 3 successes, 3 failures, kind of go through that. And they're going to be based on the fact that you are pulling from your own ancestry and the shard that is embedded in you. And we, at this point, there would be no magic. This would be right before we ended last session at the same time everything else is going down. So I'm going to need some con saves for your skill checks. So first one is going to be DC 13.
It's going to be a nat 20 for a 22.
Okay.
Did I just waste my nat 20 on the lowest? Why no?
On the lowest
Why
one.
though?
But success. As you cut your palm and lay it on the ground, begin to feel this melding, this mixture of the air itself and the open wound begin to connect to one another, and these whispers begin to echo in the back of your head as you push through them. I'm going to need that second one, DC 16.
It's going to be a 19.
Okay. Your blood begins to seep into the soil. Your vision is going double from the strain and the loss of blood. But you see it. As magic returns to the realm, so too does it connect and flow through you. You begin to see it, a binding spell. A sigil beginning to be remade. Final one is DC 20.
It's an 11.
11. Okay. 2 successes, 1 failure. So you begin to see this sigil. You connect to something primordial. And you begin to feel a deep hunger in your stomach. A sinking feeling pulling at your gut. A fear begins to settle in your mind, as if the great Drake Astaroth stands right above you, breathing on your neck. As you pulse the shard of amethyst, light begins to swirl in this space, mixing with your ancestral blood magic. Strain of fighting against the desecration of this place is what is eating away at you at this moment, with that 1 failure.
If I may, I think KD, noticing Astaroth there, stares intently and defiantly says, the lineage that once bound you endures still. This plane belongs to you not, and will not suffer you. The blood of Corel Cortez still lives.
Okay.
And if I may,
Yeah.
I'm going to, if allowed, use the amethyst shard, which I don't know if you remember, but they literally surgically placed the shard within themselves so they would never lose it. I'm going to, if allowed, I'm going to use a charge of that amethyst to attempt to channel that magic too.
Okay. So I'd say you have advantage with this next one.
$24.
24. Katie Cortez. You reach with all your might to forge a broken chain. As you do, you hear, I know your blood. I know your spirit. I know your face. You have reforged a broken link, but my other chains hang loosely by a thread. Yours will be the first weave I devour. These binds will only hold me for a moment more. Prepare yourself, Cortez. As you finish, the world around you goes silent. A soft red glow fills the runes in this room once again. You gain 2 levels of exhaustion, but the area is safe, and the binds in this spot are once again reforged and strengthened.
I think, if I may, KD falls to one knee, panting, feeling drained. A sizzling sound seems to be emerging from them. They look at the hand that they cut, now regenerated for some reason. In their mind, they hear Astaroth's words and they feel the exhaustion, but they stay resolved, especially with the rune restored. My weave, for the sake of the realm, will be a price worth paying. But know this, Ancient One, when I fall, I never fall alone. Pursue this realm further. Seek my destruction. And like the resolve of these chains, I shall ensure your fate ends with mine.
Everything's quiet. Magic returns to the realm of Vardin. The city goes about its evening and its night as if nothing had really happened. But Katie, you know, you've proven to yourself what you've needed to. Katie is no parlor trickster. There's more than sparkles and illusions and false faces to you. As you regain strength in your legs enough to walk out of this place,
he walks out. I'm going to say the drain of the 2 exhaustion points is pretty severe, especially having like occurred in such a like drastic way. I think they try to contact Cody.
Okay.
And it doesn't happen. And knowing that magic is back, knowing where they were, knowing what they saw last with the spider familiar, KD is anticipating things not being good right now. And this is especially after the challenge of Astaroth. I think they know this is a very severe time. Whatever they're going to walk into once they leave and try to go back to the Magisterium or to find the party, they feel is not going to be easy. And it is in that moment where, after they step out, now wearing a disguise once more, now that magic is back and they have restored their sanity, they reach into a pocket, take out a sending stone. Thaddeus.
Yes, my friend. What can I do for you?
It is time. And
Well,
as soon as that happens, the sending stone, both on Thaddeus' side and KD's side, disintegrate. And KD starts moving through the town to try to find out the party. It might take them time, but for now, they have send word.
Thaddeus steps out of his slippers and begins to dress his boots on. Takes the pipe out of his mouth, pats it a few times on his palm, and sets it on the mantle as he grabs his hat and an overcoat and heads out the door immediately. Emrys, last time, as the Royal Incinerator stood above you and Godi, you reached into your bag and held a stone in your hand and said you fucked up. You hear back almost immediately. Where are you? I'm coming to get you. Emrys? Emrys, where are you? I'm coming to get you now.
He doesn't respond. He just is happy to hear her voice.
Emrys. Is that Daddy? Yes. Emrys, I love you. I swear to God, if you don't die, I'll kill you myself. Love you, Dad. And it cuts off. You know Nina. You and her have had adventures together. And you never go on a trip. You'd never go anywhere without having a safe house or a place to meet up if a job goes wrong. So as soon as that stone goes silent, you know that she's gathering Finn and everything she has and heading to a rendezvous. She'll wait there for the allotted amount of time that you both agreed upon. And after that, she'll move wherever she needs to keep her infant safe. As the Royal Incinerator has retrieved this piece of the Ember Paragon, they make their way down the steps, hulking strides, one after the other, as the great sword that they carried turns to dust and smoke rising in the chamber. It moves with intent, with a goal in mind. What was everyone's initiative? I believe it was
God.
Millie first, Grendel had 19, William had 7.
No, 19.
19? You had 19?
Yeah, we both did.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm looking at... Yeah, I think Grendel had a 19.
Okay.
Grendel and William were on the same initiative.
Yeah, I remember that.
Emrys was
I
18.
had a 22 was my last initiative I rolled? Or no, 18. Yep.
18 was
And-
Emrys, and Godi was 10. So keeping with that, let's start at the top. Grendel and William, you see this construct use this sword to impale Godi to the steps before reaching into their person to retrieve a small satchel, which now they carry. They are within 40 feet of you, making their way back towards you, back towards the chamber that you just came back out of. Is there anything you would like to do in this moment?
William, I'm pretty sure, has the higher dex, so...
Emrys is currently holding Godi together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Can he scream out, "Get the fuck over here now"?
I got nothing.
Grendel immediately is booking it over there. She, you said it was 40 feet? Or how far is Emerson Cody?
Where the incinerator is, yes, 40 feet. They are about halfway between you and where Emrys is, so he's about 80 feet.
Yeah,
Grendel-
William's closer, because I think...
How far
Yeah.
is Grendel from Godi currently, is what I am asking.
Yeah, 80 feet.
80 feet? Okay, so, you said magic has come back, correct?
Yes,
Which
at
means
this
he's leveled
time,
up, correct?
that is correct.
Okay, so I would like to use my full speed of 40 feet. I would like to use my first action to dash. It says I have 2 attacks or I have 2 actions currently.
You have
2
2
attacks
per
per
action.
net.
So if you take
Per
the
net.
action, you attack twice. If you use dash, that is your action for the turn.
Okay, what if I use action surge?
Then
You can do that.
absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to you said it was Godi was 80 feet from me, correct?
Mhm.
So I'm going to use my full speed of movement, my action to dash.
Yep.
And then I will use action surge because I believe it's an action to administer a potion. I am going to use my potion of greater healing and I'm shoving it down Godi's throat.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me some
Dude,
dice for that.
that's awesome.
That's gonna be 4d4 plus 4.
Thank God for action surge.
Yeah, like Grendel isn't trying to fight at this moment. She is currently just trying to save. Like she doesn't know why that she's doing this because like again, she still doesn't fully remember everything we go to. She knows that they're friends, but there is just this her body is moving on its own at this point. She
Mhm.
knows like this is someone she needs to save in this moment. And so the first one is going to be a 4. Second is going to be another 4. Third is going to be a 1. And the fourth is going to be a 1 plus 4 for 8, 9,
14.
yeah, 14 points of healing.
As it begins to quickly heal him, Emrys is shoving guts back in.
Holding pressure.
Yep.
I would say William would have rushed up, but in this moment, you see two forms of him. The first, the spectral form of Caliran rushes forward before William does. And he kind of like almost zips into Caliran's form as he rushes up, kneels down beside you, trying to help you piece Goaty back together.
This is not good. This is not good.
Grendel
Went
is
wrong.
crying aggressively. She's already having flashbacks of like cleaving William's daughter in half, and she is just and she goes, no, I can fix this. I can fix this. I can't just fix this whole thing.
What went wrong?
Where the fuck are you? We could use some healing.
He's going, hey. What the fuck happened?
What?
What? Who?
And that's when he places Millie's cloak on Goaty's chest.
Goaty,
No.
What?
you are in this space between life and death. As your friends rush to your side to aid, it's as if you see these white wisps on a gray background move around you. And you hear a voice that says, "This is not your time to cross the gossamer veil. You are made of starlight and power. Return." At that moment, your eyes would open to see your friends stand above you.
Goaty gasps the first breath of air he's had in several seconds.
Oh, shit. There you are, shiny man.
His eyes open incredibly wide, trying to gauge what has happened since the last time that he was conscious, because he's not even in the same room.
Grendel is crying like over you right now. She is sobbing with an empty potion bottle in her hand and her hands covered in blood.
I imagine that everything hurts because maybe the things aren't in the right spot and they're trying to get there with some help of a potion.
Your organs will actually do it on their own naturally. It's pretty surprising.
That's amazing.
I know, right? It's
The
terrifying.
body's incredible.
I know.
Goaty, I'm glad you're okay. Well, for the most part. Grendel, stop it. We have to get out of here.
I don't have
Can't do that
time.
right now.
Okay. Mr. Goldie, do you need help up? Here, I'll help you up. Where's Zenya?
Oh. Easy.
He graciously accepts the help, trying to get up, and as he does that, from being unconscious, the first thing that he's going to do is check for the piece of the Paragon and notice that it's not there.
Fuck
Where
it,
is
mate.
it?
Fuck it.
We don't have time. Magic's back on, mate. We need to get the fuck out of here.
We
Now.
need to find Xenia and we need to leave. Where is Xenia?
We just left Xenia at Travis. We have to get out of here, one thing at a time. How the fuck did you get down here? So the way you're going now is going to take us back into the Magisterium.
All right. So there's a ladder that goes all the way up, but it's a 300-foot climb.
That's better than going into the fucking den.
I took care of all the wards on the way down, so the sewers are clear.
Let's fucking go.
Right.
Mr.
Well,
Goldie, if you
there
need
is
to,
a-
you can get on my back and I will climb up on the ladder with you. It'll
There is
be
a
okay.
thing that we'll probably have to fight when we get up there, but it's fine. We'll deal with it then.
I already know what you're thinking, Goldie. Don't even think about going for that piece, whatever it is that fucking thing just took from you. It already costed him, and he points to the cloak in your arms right now. That belonged to Millie.
Look down, and Goldie can't forget that this is the cloak that Millie was wearing. So, and thinking in that moment, the last thing that he saw was Millie rush this thing, and then the room filled with steam.
You're so fucking stupid to come here.
Where
Grendel
is
is
his
also
body?
looking at Goaty like with desperation of like, please come with us. We can't fight. Like she is again, she doesn't know why, but she is just like, we can't lose another member of this party, especially when it comes to someone like Goaty.
So Goaty is watching this thing walk away into the room that we have to go, correct?
We have to go back, yeah.
Yes.
Let it go, mate.
At this point, Goaty is trying to weigh everything, and he's going to like give a quick shake of his head and just go, if we can spare 1 minute, I can assure we get wherever we need to go without any fear of being attacked by whatever it is Emrys is warning us of.
I think it got what it wanted, and it just, as long as we don't try to take it again, it'll leave us be.
Whatever you got, mate, make it quick.
But
we don't have time to sit here.
I don't like being in here.
Mechanically
back, so-
asking for exactly 1 minute.
do what you can.
Yeah.
If we can spare literally 1 minute of time because because magic is back on and we just leveled up, that is the precise casting time that Goaty is going to use to cast Windwalk on the entire group.
Ooh.
Oh, Lord. Grendel is not going to be okay with this.
Is that the same spell that nearly got the party killed in Vox Machina?
I don't know, but it's not
Sure
going
is.
to. It's going to be fine.
It'll buff out. It always
Against
does.
a purple worm, at least.
So, if you need a minute, I will buy you a minute. And
Set up a defensive perimeter. Let's hold it down.
Emerson is going to turn around, and he's going to speak some words in Orin. And he is going to start shaking and vibrating, and wind and electricity will start coming off of him, but you know the words are different. And the wind and the electricity just slides off his form and takes on a life of its own and goes and stands guard, and electricity pulses inside a mini tornado as he summons an elemental.
Pretty dope.
Over the way.
Grendel, take up. It would be the last line of defense for Goaty if anything is to make its way here. I'll take
Grendel
up,
immediately just puts up her like she is already reloaded, like taking the time. She didn't even think about it. She just has immediately reloaded her ballista, and she has it set ready, and she just nods immediately, looking at William. She goes, I will do my best. I will protect all of you in the best way that I possibly can until we can get out of here. Then we can find Xenia, and then we can all go back and we can have a drink. And
Gody, how far do you need me to remain?
He's going to gesture to a spot. So long as you are within 30 feet of him, you are good.
Grendel, keep your mind on the task at hand. You are the master of arms.
yes, I am the master of arms, so I will make sure nobody hurts anybody here. And she points to like everyone as she is just doing her best.
William's going to push past higher up the stairwell, remaining within the 30-foot range. He's going to cast Disguise Self on himself, taking up the image of one of the Magisterium Guard.
Okay.
Nope. I lied. He's going to take on the image of War Minister Vane.
One thing Grundle is going to do, seeing that there is a lot of whoosh magic here, is that she is also going to take out her Lantern of Revealing, and she's going to light it to pretty much if she can't like understand or track it or sense it, she's at least going to try to be able to see it, and if someone can handle it later, that's going to be another thing. And I figured it would be something that make him in handy as we're trying to get the fuck out of here. So
There's a buckler. It's in the portable hole, right?
The buckler is in the portable hole currently.
No, not in the portable hole. It's with us because the portable hole's back at the ship.
So
/ the butcher.
But the thing is, but currently we cannot use the buckler in this town because they can sense the Amber Paragons.
They can track it. Yeah.
I'm pretty
this
sure.
moment, we need healing more than.
But that golem is going to sense the Amber Paragon, and granted, this is above table speak. Me here.
I think it actually is just focused on the one.
I don't want to.
It has a job.
I'm not willing to risk that.
You're right.
Yeah,
Right.
no. Grundle understands the rule of no Amber Paragons in this town, and that
I did pull the Sea King's Fang out for a minute. It's back in the bag now, but
yeah, all that shit needs to stay in the bag until we get out of this fucking city.
Yeah, and like the only healing I could offer was like the last like potion that I had for Gody, and that was really
thank God you had that.
I know. I'm very grateful that I had that, and I now need to get that off of my inventory.
So, yeah, William's taking up a position ahead of the group in case anybody were to come down the stairs, disguised as War Minister Vane for the next minute until Gody is able to complete his spell.
Okay, very well.
As Gody is casting, he's going to really quick just the first thing that he's going to ask is, William, what is our destination?
Trevor's shop. We gotta go pick up Xenia.
You know where this is?
I do.
Everybody listen closely, because you will not be able to tell who anyone is when I am finished with this. Look at Emerus right now. Emerus will lead us out through the tunnel. After we are out of the tunnel, the next person behind Emerus will be William. We will follow William to this shop.
That being said, let me warn Xenia that we're on the way. And that's when he pulls out his sending stone.
Yeah. And I toss Gody a potion of mana recovery.
Ooh.
I don't mana recovery. I don't need that. I haven't used any spell slots. They just goes down.
At this point,
toss it
he
back.
pulls out the sending stone and calls out, "Oi, Xenia, we've recovered. Are you there?"
Tell them I said hi.
Why am I not getting a connection? Xenia, are you there?
No response comes back.
Gody,
as this is the very moment that Xenia is disappearing.
Gody, hearing this, has to troubleshoot to see if communication is blocked within the Magisterium Tower and attempts to contact Harpon.
He's probably
Delia,
just busy.
we are on our way to the shop of one known as Trevor to collect Xenia. Please respond.
Do I hear them, DM?
You do. Although the spell itself sounds weakened, their voice comes through muffled and dampened. You can make out all of the words just fine to be able to communicate effectively.
Hearing how the spell seems to be, like, the communication seems to be weak, they very to the point. You just hear the Paragon.
Gody is sad for 2 reasons now.
Oh God.
And responds, no.
Cody, wasn't Xenia answering? You know magic better than I do.
Have you evacuated yet?
In process, and Gody says there is a chance that Xenia is. There's a chance that he cannot respond currently, meaning that otherwise occupied or unconscious.
He could be in a place where the magic doesn't get through.
The last time we left Xenia was with Trevor,
Maybe Trevor's
correct?
place is warded.
I don't like it. Hurry it up. We need to go.
Yeah, Grendel's brows immediately furrow, knowing that the last place we did leave Xenia was with Trevor, correct?
We left with
Yeah.
Trevor. Yeah.
Yeah, Grendel, her brows just immediately furrow, and she goes, I knew I could not trust him. We
Chris,
need to
how
get out
much
of here.
time has passed?
You would be at the minute at this point and be able to cast whatever you need to.
Gody's
make your way
going
out of here.
to tell everybody once he's done. You're all going to kind of see this sort of wisp of cloud go from a ball in his hand and extend like slowly and gently towards each of you. And when it makes contact, Cody's going to look at each of you and just say, deep breath in and exhale. And as you all exhale, you all will assume a gaseous form, appearing as wisp of clouds. While in this cloud form, a creature has a flying speed of 300 feet and resistance to damage from non-magical weapons. The only actions a creature can take in this form are the dash action or to revert to its normal form. Reverting takes 1 minute, during which time a creature is incapacitated and can't move. Until the spell ends, the creature can revert to cloud form, which also requires the 1 minute transformation. Just saying. The spell lasts for 8 hours. So for the next 8 hours, anybody that is in this room can choose to go between your normal form and this cloud form. And
Emrys does just as he was instructed and starts going, his elemental following after the party.
I will say one thing that you did hear, Gody, was record evacuation route as detailed as you can. Relay information once you are out.
Standing orders, Gody will send images every round.
Perfect.
Grendel is currently screaming, not knowing what's going on. If an elemental can scream, if anything, they're just flailing and just like have no idea what's going on.
Just a droopy little rain cloud.
with this unease creeping on the back of William's mind, he's like right on Emers's heels. Like he wants to get out of these tunnels as quickly as possible.
Order Emerus, William, and then Godey and Grendel together.
Okay.
It takes 10
I will
rounds
say
for us to get
Grendel's
to the top
probably
with a
following
speed
me.
of 300.
60 because, or half that because
60,
the only thing that you can do is dash.
Math.
So
There you go. On your way out, you begin to descend through this room. All of the containment tubes shatter on the floor, the liquid now visible, the steam gone. In the middle of the room, the construct reaches into the satchel, grabs hold of this piece of the paragon, and as you do, you notice it shift and change in a liquid amorphous way, kind of following the paths in between the fingers of this construct as it collects around a single point and it returns it to its place in the spell of the immovable object. The construct notices you. It acknowledges the presence of these wisps as it moves through, but you are not detained in any form or fashion as you weave through the doorway into the room, around the corner, down the hall, and begin to ascend the long climb up to the sewer manhole into a chamber that leads through various tunnels. Emrys, having made his way through here before, guides you all through. Two rights, a left, a slight decline, one more right. Along the way, a slow-moving gelatinous cube, now running the halls of this place, which is easily avoided by the party. You find your way out onto the streets of Gransor as William takes point to move to Trevor's shop. Is that what we're next?
Emrys follows for us just a moment. Before he turns and flies back toward the tavern. Hoping to catch Nina before she leaves.
Okay. KD, with the conversation and planning with your contact in the Myriad, would there be a location to meet upon the request of its time?
There would have been a secondary sending stone to be used to announce when the moment for the travel was ready.
Mm-hmm.
And if that message were to come through, then KD would proceed. They would have selected a location in this particular place. Like KD would have already have scouted this city. They would have known this city well through their contacts, and basically have safe houses and places where either potential dimension doors, teleportation, things like that could happen, or if somebody needs to do a rendezvous, they could. And so that would be the potential of that. And then getting a clear sort of like green light of everything is in order, the location is in order, we may proceed.
Everything goes as planned. Perhaps a favor called in too soon, but felt like it was needed at this time. Luna, Thaddeus finds you through the usual means. But it's not the usual joyous reunion that you usually have of a good friend coming to call for tea. He only speaks very few words, and you know exactly where to go. Harpon, Katie, it is up to you to join up with Luna when you see fit. They are waiting for what comes next.
I would
As
say, I would say Luna would have the means to contact KD. They would have the means to reach the location they need to.
Mm.
And to whatever extent we can provide or you allow KD to provide, Luna's arrival to the city in the particular location would be a location with a cache. Like there would be resources there. Very, very variety of things, but there would definitely be some things that probably are very in alignment with Luna's MO as well. But I don't think that KD would meet with Luna right away. They would allow them to arrive, potentially instruct them or guide them to, once they make contact, to try to find the party. And they would remain at a distance as they usually do to keep an eye of things before deciding to rejoin.
You received a message back from Luna saying, I was in the middle of enjoying a very good glass of wine. I was hoping things would not become so dire so soon, but I am here when you are ready.
The party is heading to a specific location. I don't know that I know the location. I know the location. Cody told me, but I don't know that I would know the whereabouts. I don't know how much would Katie know. Although if it's the particular person that I think it is, I think it would have been a location that Katie would have sought to retrieve.
Hmm.
Is this the shop? The one that taps were kept on?
yes,
Okay, so yeah, so I do know. I do know the location. Um, I apologize that it had to happen in such a short notice, but something tells me that things are moving fast, and I am aware that the matron is within the magisterium. Magic has just recently returned. The party is currently in motion, heading in this direction. I know where you are now, so if you follow these instructions, you should be able to get to where they are. I know the way that you work. I do not expect you to just appear to them. Do whatever you must, and I hope that you remember the reason for this allegiance.
It's a large city, but they are a conspicuous lot. I will find them. They will not see me. This is not the first time we've had this experience.
I have no doubt.
The next update image that KD receives is the image, like the the direction has changed on it, and it is of a wisp of cloud heading a different direction with the script superimposed on the image, if you could, Emerus, and then whatever cardinal direction it's heading.
I think I would rely that information. As always, if there is one individual to trust among the party, Cody will be the one. And they would still remain Luna with the information of the first location, the location.
Emrys, your mobility through this city is unparalleled, as this wisp cuts
Point of
through.
fact,
Go ahead.
I'm actually slower than me hasted right now.
Regardless, you move through the city quickly. You come to the tavern that Millie once owned. And there, buttoning up the last of his coat and putting a sock cap on their head, is Nina and Finn. Bags ready. Their next move is out the door.
Just start slowly materializing out of the wind.
They open the door, and the face of shock across Nina's face as she almost runs into you. For a moment, just a split second before she drops the bag, still holds Finn's hand and pulls you in close for an embrace. Before backing up and punching you in the chest and calling you dirty bastard.
Rolled a hit. That's a crit.
Don't you ever do that to me again, you understand?
I'm sorry.
You tell me where you are, and I'll come get you out.
You know I'm not going to do that. No. Not when I'm facing down what I was facing.
I don't care what you're facing down. We'll face it together. Do you understand?
I'm never going to put you in danger like that. You just have to know that's the case.
Then don't put yourself in danger like that, and you won't have
Well, it wasn't.
to. Technically.
I was pulled in. Regardless, things went bad, love. We lost people.
Shit.
We lost Millie. We almost lost Godie.
Yeah, there's actually something I noticed inside here.
What?
Probably 10 minutes ago, there was a strange sort of rudimentary symbols that started appearing on the wall.
Of fucking course. Are they still there?
I think so. You want to take a look at it?
Yeah.
I can make out some of it, but not all of it.
Finn, you okay, bud?
I'm okay, Dad. You have chocolate.
All right. Let's go inside with you, Mom.
So they go inside. You notice something inconspicuous really to anyone else. But to Emerus, a code, a thieves' cant of sorts. As it sparkles and shimmers in just the right light, at just the right angle, a message for Emerus. Lee, would you like to give Emerus Millie's final gift, I suppose?
Yes, I can. Uh, hey, pal, if you're seeing this message, one of three things happened. William killed me. I got killed. Or luck was just out of time for me. There's a box in my tavern with some supplies that should help the group out for a bit until either A, I come back, or B, well, may not come back. In that box, there's 100 plat, 2,000 gold. There's also a note, one potion of greater healing. And if you're able to find my body, there's an ivory comb that I want you to put to rest with me. In order to take over the tavern itself, you're going to have to be willing to give up a piece of your soul in order to be the new owner.
What?
Constructs and undead can't be a part of the sanction of the safe haven here. They're welcome to stay, but they can't own the tavern that I built piece by piece. William's daughter is safe. I returned her to her mother, as well as she is out tending to her own fate and desires. If she comes back, tell her what happened if I'm not there. And then the message fades away.
Thank you.
Oh, you piece of shit. You left me this.
A safety deposit box with 100 plat, 2,000 gold, and a few other things.
I do the ritual to bind my soul to it. I take the potion. I take the note. And I leave the rest in there.
Okay.
You fucking mad lad. Nina. I have to go meet with the rest of the group. I have to figure out what's going on. I'm pretty quick, so I should make it there before they even make it there.
Okay. What do you want us to do? We'll be where you need us to be.
Apparently, you'll be home.
Here.
I guess so.
So we're big.
Billy left it
now.
to us.
Right then.
Look around. I'm sure there's hiding spots with loot everywhere. You'll find them.
Can I play with the jelly in the closet?
Jelly?
Yeah, there's a door back there.
If the jelly moves or blinks, you shoot it with earth.
Right.
Okay. Right. I love you both. I'll be back soon. I kiss Nina on the forehead. And I cast haste. And I fucking book it out the door. Toward the shop.
A look of concern in Nina's eyes is what you catch before darting off to meet with the party that is quickly approaching Trevor's shop. As they do, the lights of this establishment are dark. It seems like no one is home.
It's not fucking stopping me. Realizing outside the door, William kicks the door in. Trevor! Where the fuck is Xenia?
Grendel falls in closely behind. She's already analyzing anything and everything that she can. Just again, what William taught her.
Why isn't Xenia answering my call?
I'm assuming the town is small enough where I'm there already.
Yes, I would say everything is converging at the same time, so everyone is here.
Blur of wind and lightning blows past you into the building and searches the entire building.
I need, let's see, where was that? I need perception checks from everyone, please.
Okay.
I need a short rest so I can have superiority die again.
Guidance.
24.
You said perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's a -2 for me.
I believe that's a 7 for me.
That's a 4. -2 for a 2. Grendel don't see shit. She's trying.
19. Okay.
Fucking William over here. Jesus.
Luna, it is safe to say none of the party sees where you approach from, as
Absolutely
you
not.
are able to, not even close.
You're lucky, because if I had a superiority die, I would have fucking found you.
No, you
I would have rolled
Would that have mattered?
between a 14 or an 18. Maybe I could have.
No, I have a D8 at my disposal. I could have hit that 28.
Well, I got a
Easily.
+9, so on a 19, I would have had it.
You burst through the door, shouting.
No weapons in hand, just disgruntled, looking around feverishly, trying to figure out why Xenia could possibly not be answering the call.
A blast of wind and electricity flashes past you as papers and leaves from house plants fall to the floor. Around the front entrance is this what's it called? Basically a front desk, a banker's front desk with golden bars and things like that in front of it.
Teller's desk, yeah.
Teller's desk, thank you. Behind that is a small curtain that flashes open. Emerus, you would be the first to see Trevor sitting in there next to the fireplace, A glass of wine poured. A small wooden tray with some fruits and cheeses. William and everyone else would make their way back there, eventually seeing the same thing. As Trevor looks up and says, "Do you not know how to knock at all?"
I knocked, mate. The door kind of popped open. Where's Trevor? Where's Xenia? My name's here.
Please have a seat. You're going to need it for what comes next.
What the fuck did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Grendel tries to look intimidating, but she looks more worried than intimidated, just by what she heard from Trevor.
He stands up with a small crumb in his hand as behind the plate, Rico comes out. As he hands it over, Rico takes it and eats it.
No.
I warned you.
No.
Why do you have Rico?
What did you do, Trevor?
I told him exactly what to do. And he failed.
No.
This is not on me. So don't try that angle. You knew the risks, and you chose to ignore them, as did your friend, and they chose to face them.
Xenia doesn't fail. Xenia's the best of us. He doesn't fail. You misled him.
In truth, I did not, my friend.
What happened?
Is he lying?
You can make an insight check.
You bet your ass I'm making an insight check.
I gave Xenia specific instructions of how to approach the sigil without being in the way.
That is a natural 20 for a total of 30.
Fucking tits.
In this instance regarding Xenia, Trevor Malfort, shifty as he may be, does not seem to be lying.
He wasn't supposed to die. He wasn't supposed to die.
Someone more skilled with the arcane perhaps would not have.
Someone like you.
But Xenia's very skilled. They're very good at what they do. They've always.
What
They've always.
was Xenia doing?
Trevor led us here because he said he had a means to stop whatever it was that you fucking encountered, Goaty. He died trying to bail you out of your situation that you buried yourself in. He nearly buried Millie along with you.
Fuck that. Xenia died serving Trevor, not fucking getting found out. He served his plans. Yet, his plans weren't important enough to sacrifice him fucking self, were they?
Grendel would like to rage and lunge at Trevor.
Emerson would also like to rage.
Okay, go ahead and roll me that
Emerus?
100.
I'm going to say at this time,
Bonus
both
benefits,
William and Calibrand interpose themselves in between both Grendel and Emerus.
Well, we'll see how that goes.
Both of you need to move now.
Stand down.
All right, so I
I don't
got
take orders from you. Remember. Move.
I got an 84.
Oh God.
84.
That's pretty
Roll-
high.
Roll me a
Buddy?
D4, please.
Pal.
What? A
Roll me
D4?
1d4.
This is bad time to go crazy.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Like, that's a 2.
Okay. So for the next 2 rounds, 12 seconds. Who is closest to Grendel?
Grendel would have been.
I was standing next to her.
Goaty was also following her through because she was having trouble with the shifting.
The thing is, I will say Grendel would have been addressing Trevor at this point and would have really
We were all
seen him
addressing
as the
Trevor.
aggressive. Exactly, but again, this is all on the DM because is it more of like who is the most considered to be the aggressor, or is it just anyone and everyone who is closest?
The closest thing to you, the closest individual to you.
Oh God.
Which
William was closest to Trevor, and he interposed himself along with Caliban alongside him.
I would say that would be arguably the closest individual, as you are looking at Trevor, hearing what has happened, this rage boiling inside. You see red, and you lunge.
You just hear Grendel just go, no, no, no. Zenya doesn't do this. Zenya doesn't fuck up. Zenya's the only thing keeping this shit together. And she literally is just, you watch as she is speaking, the volume increasing, her hair just flares up more and more, her muscles bulge, and she is lunging towards Goaty.
Yeah, since this is the first time that Goaty's starting to see your fucked up rage,
Mhm.
as you are screaming, it is just Grendel, 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 and you can't lunge at him because Goaty's interposing now.
There is only a moment where you kind of are you casting a spell or anything?
No, he's just pushing himself between you and this person because he doesn't know what the fuck
Shit.
you're about to do.
So I will say, considering the state of mind, and as for what if I attack Goaty or William or Trevor first, that's up to the DM. But I will say, if you were imposing yourself in here, you just see this dead, emotionless, almost like the eye of a feral animal just turn and lock expressions with you, and you just see this nothing but this unbridled rage with
After
fire
this
behind their
attack
eyes.
goes off, can we roll initiative, please? Because I'd like to do something.
Yes.
William just is going to shout, "Stop! Grendel, I need a wisdom save."
Okay.
Okay.
She
So
does have does she have advantage on wisdom saves while she's raging? DM with the ring on.
it is your ring, so I would say yes.
Okay. All right. The first one is a 6. Second one is a 15.
Minus?
-2. -2 for a wisdom
You fail.
save. So I fail?
As William uses the command spell to get you to stop moving.
That lasts for a round, right?
Does the command spell cancel out her rage?
It
No.
doesn't cancel out your rage. So your rage is still going.
However, you haven't taken an attack, nor can you make an attack, so that will cancel out your rage more than likely.
So let's do this. You guys go ahead and roll some initiative. Send it to me in the chat, and we'll go to intermission and come back for what comes next.
Oh!
We'll be right back. In this moment, Grendel is beside herself with rage. As she moves forward, William has commanded to stop. As she does, Godi interposes himself, calling out to Grendel. Emrys, you're first in our initiative order.
Emrys is literally vibrating, both with anger and from the haste spell. Eyes not leaving Trevor's. He slowly walks up behind Grendel. Is there a window in this room leading to the outside?
Yes.
He slowly, but with purpose, wraps her much taller form in a hug. And casts Thunder Step outside.
Would he have to make a grapple
If you're resisting.
for that?
What, can you resist? Right now.
She's raging and out of her mind.
You're under the effect of a
Stopped.
command spell.
Grendel, I
Oh
would
shit, I am.
need you to roll a d6 for me.
Oh
You're
god.
getting burned, baby.
Mhm.
You're getting burned.
Oh,
Actually,
I will
I
say,
have that
due to the fact that
potion
she's
of fire
raging,
resistance still.
her strength is up by 5, but also anyone who touches her does also get fire damage.
Yep.
So
Taking it. Willingly.
that's a 5.
It's a 5. I take 2 or
2.
3. Yeah.
2, probably.
Okay.
It's round down, isn't it?
And as I wrap her in a hug, I look toward the window and seeing if there's a clear space outside, no people, he just... And they both become lightning and appear outside.
This is gonna hurt.
How
You
much
said Thunder
damage
Step.
does Candle take?
As I believe, does it deal damage
Yes, it does.
to the area?
Yes, it does.
As you appear
Oh, yeah.
outside, the windows blow inwards. Does no one know how to use doors anymore? Please.
I'm stopping her from killing you, asshole.
Let's see.
Yeah, so
Grendel's-
everybody but me and Grendel has to make a Constitution save or take. Oh boy.
So Grendel doesn't have to take any damage due to the fact that
No.
she went with him in Thunderstep?
Thunderstep is a means of extracting people. Let's see.
Inside, we have to make a con save.
Yeah, everybody
Yes.
inside the room.
Oh boy.
It's
I'm
20
sure-
lightning damage because I
Sure.
boosted by 3 for my class.
What's the DC?
7 plus 16, that's 20 something. I'm sure that saves.
What's the
Uh,
DC?
The DC is 17.
Yeah, I
It
saved.
fails, but I will use my reaction for Stone's Endurance.
10 damage.
So 20 is
You
the
know what?
total.
Ah, shit. It's a reaction, isn't it? I have. Let's see, 1 second. I might be able to do something about this.
It is creatures that you left the area that take the damage. I thought it was creatures that you arrived take the damage. It's my bad.
You thought it was just going to be some poor NPCs, maybe a few children,
Listen, man,
like
I still do
walking
it.
on their way to
I'd still do
school. But as long as it wasn't your party, you're
I'm
fine.
going to use my reaction for improved path of the grave as that thunderous wave begins to form. William bursts into a cloud of necrotic gas and envelops that thunder and neutralizes it before it can do anything to anybody else.
Way to go, dude.
Holy shit. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Caladam.
We appear outside. The turn order kind of goes around, and I'm thinking Emrys will just continue to hold Grendel.
Okay. It is Grendel's turn order.
So does he currently actually like have me in a physical grapple?
Just holding you.
You have to stop doing anything for the entire round, as the command spell compels you to not do anything.
Okay, so I forgot she's also under the command spell. So Grendel is still like due to the fact of actually would she still be raging if she did not take any damage and if she did not like put on any damage.
It only drops if you take no damage for a round. It's still the same round.
It's still the same round.
Okay, all right. Well, just due to the command in general, Emrys can feel her muscles are tense and bulging. There are veins pulsing out of her arms and shoulders. And, like, so how tall is Emrys? Like, is he able to, like, take her? And is he really going to be able to take her?
5'6", 5'8",
5'10".
Well, I guess she's also under the command spell, so I guess it's
same height as William. All right.
Yeah, so yeah, she's still very much raging, and you can just see like there's, and probably I believe every round, if you were still touching her, you would have to take fire damage on your turn if you're still touching her, if I'm not mistaken. But her hair is flailing, her eyes are feral, she like her tusks are protruding outward. And she is just this raging, unrecognizable monster. This is not Grendel. This is a feral, fiery beast wanting blood, but they can't move. And you can just see the torment in their eyes as they look like they're about to bulge out of her head.
I can't, because I'm currently standing behind her, hugging her from behind.
Yes.
But you feel, as this continues, Emrys kind of rests the side of his head on your back. I know how you feel. But just let it pass. Please.
At the end of your turn, Grendel, your rage clarifies. And you're able to focus that rage on whoever you wish. As the bloodlust passes. Cody.
Well, that's all happening. Since I guess that he cannot interact with Grendel anymore. Cody will walk around William to Trevor, meaning to grab him by the throat and pin him against the wall.
Okay. Are we gonna fade to black or no? I'm just kidding.
Play your cards right.
All right, let's go. Go ahead and give me an athletics. Gotta be 27 there, bud.
Oh shit!
I can't. Unless you count the possibility of that 5% nat 20 as a success, because by rules it doesn't.
If he rolls a nat 20, can he do it?
I'll say on a nat 20.
All right. Nope. All right. Do I at least like have a hand on the script? Like I know I can't pick him up, I can't grapple him, but can I
Oh yeah,
grab the shirt?
you can put your hands on him for sure. However, his hand is on top of yours. He leaves it there. He doesn't peel it off by any means, but you feel a tight grip around your wrist. And it's as if you feel that this individual could crush your bones with the hand he has on you. I'm getting really tired of you tiny
Shut
grains
up.
of sands touching me.
The Guardian. Now.
What about it?
You are going to let Xenia stop it. You tell
Yes.
me now.
Tell you now. Well, it's done. It's achieved its goal. It's deactivated.
Permanently?
Until I give it its next command. Which I would think very carefully about at this moment in time. You've caused a disruption inside an organization. And they're going to want answers. Who do you think they're going to want answers from? Me. You're a smart boy.
To be fair, Cody does not know who this individual is.
Cody, stand down. You've taken enough actions that cost lives.
Consider this a professional courtesy from our previous working relationship. I'll let you walk out of here alive. And not in binds. There is a pound of flesh to be had. But I can make it someone else's. For the time being. Push further.
I came here just to find out what happened to Xenia and collect his remains. There is any to be had.
There are no remains. However,
The rest of Cody's turn, he releases Trevor and starts walking out the door.
he picks up Rico and hands him over, holds him out to William. All of his effects are inside.
Not to trust that you left the pet. Everything in. Well, I guess William wouldn't know if Rico would willingly give up any of Xenia's possessions to anybody else besides Xenia, so I guess that wouldn't be his first thought. His first thought is, did he suffer?
No.
We lost the best of us tonight. I'm still going to hold you accountable for that, mate.
You have my sympathies.
Tell me, before I go, which layer of hell did you crawl out of? I would like to know, because once I'm done stopping the Midnight Court, I would like to know where I need to send your head to let them know I'm coming. And all of my wrath will be felt.
You see what happens to a grain of sand when extreme heat is applied. It turns to glass. A fragile thing.
Even the tiniest shot of glass can cause the most fatal wound, right? Think about that.
I shall. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a dinner to attend that I have been gone for far too long from.
Say hello to the Midnight Court for us. Sorry about your door, mate. And he walks out with Rico on his shoulder.
Emerus, Grendel, you guys are outside.
Grendel
Do you beat me badly?
as soon as the bloodlust kind of fades away from her body, you kind of again, she doesn't really flail or anything, but you feel like almost like this pulsing off of her muscles by how angry she is, the kind of rage that she feels right now. And then you feel almost as her body shrinks in your arms.
Yeah, William's rushing back to Grendel because he feels terrible about using that command spell.
Grendel wouldn't have known really that he cast it. She wouldn't have understood. If anything, it just kind of maybe would have probably caused more of a panic attack because she doesn't understand what's going on. She doesn't get whoosh magic. She doesn't know why her body's reacting like this, why she can't throw things around the way that she does. And Emerus could feel her body almost shrink as that rage just fades from her completely. And her strength goes back down to normal. The flames die down. Her hair returns to the normal red, bright curls with now charred and burned flower petals intertwined within it. And these aggressive growls that were coming from her through a clenched jaw of just anger suddenly just break and collapse into sobs as she just immediately slumps down and just curls up and just starts crying and sobbing. All that rage has completely dissipated and just turned into nothing but sorrow and grieving as she is just trying to understand what is happening. She goes, I have done all that I can to protect the people I care about. I want to find my Helene, but I don't want to lose anything else. What am I doing wrong? What is it? And she just kind of curls up.
Emerus quickly shifts around to the front of her and just hugs her. And he lets the lethargy come over.
You probably will feel like your lungs like compress as like Grendel is just like she is.
I'll take the D4. Go ahead and roll it.
She is aggressively like sobbing. She is questioning anything and everything going on, and she's like, I don't get it. Like, and she kind of occasionally blubbers on. She's like, William always comes back. Why can't Xenia come back? And like she is like, she's confused, she's hurt, and she is just, all that anger has just turned into complete sorrow and a mess of a puddle of Grendel.
By this point, William rounds the corner from Trevor's shop, seeing the two of you. Boy, we don't have time in the streets. We need to find a place to recuperate. We need to go.
You kind of watch.
My legs won't move.
as soon as William gives that authoritarian kind of thing, you actually watch Grendel kind of sit, and it almost it's like a click in her head, and she kind of sits there and she goes, "Yeah, yes, sir," and she just kind of stands up, and you hear like soft whimpers and sobs as she goes and tries to make her way back because she knows.
Where can we go?
To wherever William is telling her to go.
Go to the tavern.
What happened, mate?
Millie's tavern.
You're gonna have to be a little more specific than that. I haven't been here in almost 20 years, mate.
I can point the way.
Let's go.
Could someone carry me for the minute?
Let's use
Grendel just immediately goes up and she goes, "It's okay, I got you. I'll take care of you."
utilize Godie's spell while we still have access to it. Let's go.
And she just goes, picks up Emrys, like jetpacks him, and she just follows wherever they need to go.
You watch as William reverts back to the cloud form.
Oh, that's right. Emrys does the same.
And waits for Emrys to... You just have to think it. Just gotta think. Gotta imagine yourself as a cloud.
I didn't like the cloud form at first. I don't know if she...
God. But yeah, following Emrys's lead. Is Godie following? You've been a little quiet.
Grendel would be very apprehensive about turning into the cloud form, watching Emrys and William do it, because she did not like it when it happened the first time.
You just kind of fly up, and turn around, and wait and watch what you're doing.
Well, you can't say anything, but we are waiting for you. You see two clouds just staring at you, waiting.
Like, come on.
You're talking to Godie or you're talking to Grendel?
Both. At this point, if Godie's not fucking coming, that's gonna raise some flags for William.
Yeah, you said Godie walked out the door. Where did Godie go?
That's a good point.
Literally, his goal was to start walking back towards the Magisterium, but that's until he heard Grendel burst out into tears.
Suicidal maniac.
So now he is literally standing in the middle of the street because he's torn.
Okay, so that would change William's game plan a little bit before he reverts. He would have seen Godie standing there in the street. Now is not the time for a suicidal crusade. We already lost enough as is. Now is the time to recuperate and collect ourselves.
Grendel's kind of sitting there crying, just like, I don't want to.
Emrys is going to rematerialize. He immediately falls onto his knees because he can't move his legs. But he does look up at the captain. And that was really not the time for that tone, mate. We understand what we have to do.
Forgive me, but I just lost something that was more like a son to me for a moment.
Something.
Grendel just sits there as she just kind of lets out a
We
gasp,
friends, we
catching her
crew.
breath. She looks at Godie and she goes, "Please,
We need to collect ourselves.
I can't
Yes, we
lose
do.
any other friends right now."
We need to collect ourselves. But for
And
two of us, this is all we can collect. Holding up Millie's cloak.
Yes.
And I'm supposed to allow that.
We already lost Millie.
Oh,
We nearly lost you. And we lost the heart of our group. What more can we suffer, Godie? What more can we suffer till we lose what we came here to do?
Cody, you're in no condition to go and do the thing that you and I both want to do. It's just... It's not possible right at the moment.
Without that shard, they died for nothing.
If we try to get that shard, the rest of us...
We all die for nothing.
It is like what my papa used to tell me. It is 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. We still take a step forward, but even though it takes 2 steps back, it's still moving forward regardless. As long as we are still alive, we can keep moving forward. But if we're dead, we can't do that.
We try this again, we have the eyes of the entire city upon us.
By now they filtered into that room.
We've
By now
lost
they've
enough.
found him.
Would Xenia want us to go all back in there and die? Would Xenia want that?
Would Millie?
Xenia would call us fucking fools. I know that.
We need to recuperate ourselves. We need to rethink our strategy. We need to stop acting independently. We lost Millie. We lost Xenia because we didn't have a
What was the first
plan.
thing you did, Captain? You ran off to fight the world yourself, Captain. Our forces split, going to collect you, Captain.
We do need to act like a group. But I'm done acting like a crew. I want to act like friends. Equals.
We went charging into the Magisterium's tower, half-cocked. We didn't have an infiltration plan. We didn't have an exit plan. That
We all
costed us
agree mistakes
lives.
we made.
So we need to stop.
God damn it, the
Doing-
world is ending! Why are we arguing like this?
We need to recuperate. We need to think. We need to strategize. Any further action against the Magisterium now will only result in all of our deaths.
Cody. I don't know you that well. But I hope. William has told me a lot about you, and that you have a lot of sense. I hope you have enough to know that we can't do this right now. All that we'll accomplish is death.
A few months ago, Millie and Xenia would be lost pieces on a chessboard. The difference now, I care.
Then if you care, then why don't you decide to live for tomorrow instead of going on a suicide mission? If you actually care, then why would you decide to dispose yourself in such a wretched, stupid, fucking fight that you know you won't win? We saw what happened. We know what happened. I might be stupid. I may not understand everything that goes on, but I do know one thing, and that is life and death, and I have seen the battles that have gone on. And I know one thing, if you go in there, that you are not going to walk out, and I don't know why. But
There you
everything
go.
in me is screaming for you not to go.
Cody, I want you to think about this. You go in there alone, you won't be going alone. Grendel will follow
I'll go
you.
with you.
I will.
Which in turn, I will follow Grendel. Which in turn, I'd assume Emrys follows you. You go alone, and you kill the rest of us. Just think about that,
No,
right?
I'd go.
For the time being, I'm gonna go find a fucking pint, because I need a drink. I just lost somebody very important to me.
Grendel is going to go and reach into her pouch, and she is going to pull out the countless of drawings, some of them made by Xenia, but one of them in particular, two actually. One of them is a drawing that she made of Godi, and the second is the drawing that Xenia made of all of the characters. And she kind of goes out and she walks over to Goaty. She goes, I still am struggling with remembering everything that happened, but I do know one thing. She points to Goaty on the family portrait that Xenia drew. And she goes, you're in here. You're a part of this family. And I don't want to lose any more of it. So, can we please just go home and try to figure this all out? I can
Jody
find...
puts a hand on Grendel's shoulder. Tell me where to go.
She just takes him by the hand and she goes, let us find a safe space for us to figure out the next step of what we can do. And I'm not good with the whoosh magic or anything like that, but...
Grendel, breathe with me. And as he gets her to calm down and breathe, which is also the same thing that he told her to do to activate the Windwalk.
She
holding her hands the entire time.
She, as like he tells her to breathe, she tries to focus on Goaty's breathing. And so she eventually, there's panicked breaths at first, and she just kind of finally you feel like her give his hand a squeeze, and as she releases her last breath, she is kind of finally able to relax and go into this wind walk. And then you kind of like feel her kind of just like twitch for a minute. She goes, what?
He's holding her hand the entire time, even though it's not really tangible.
Yeah.
His hands are still there.
Emrys stands up, finally able to, and becomes like when thinking about fart. And he does lead the way.
William also reverts to his cloud form, following Emrys.
As you are walking and you pass through where the lantern light doesn't quite meet the facade of the buildings on the street you're passing, Goaty, you hear a voice just in your ear say, if you are going to go on a sacrificial crusade, you'll be needing these, and you feel 1, 2, 3 potion bottles pressed into your hand that isn't holding Grendel's. And nothing more follows.
We make our way to the to Millie's Tavern.
We return to Millie's Tavern, a bright, warm environment that is quiet on this evening, as Finn has been put to bed and finally calmed down from the excitement and the sugar.
William fixes himself a hefty pint.
There are already pints waiting for each and every one of you, including one for Millie and one for Xenia.
Thank you, love. We won't be needing those two.
Speak for yourself, mate.
But you can leave them there.
No, leave them there. They deserve a drink too after this. One final drink, right? Grendel just plops down. She grabs her pint. She just takes a long swig.
William takes one for himself, one for Xenia, finds himself a seat furthest into the interior. That's by a window. And sits by himself.
Jody takes the tankard for himself and sits next to Grendel, but doesn't make eye contact with anybody.
Emrys pulls a single gold out from his bag, sets it gingerly down on the bar, slides it toward Nina. The first of many. I should say to all of you, Millie bought this place. For some damn fool reason, you saw fit to leave it to me. If anything were to happen to him. So, here we are.
Nice place you got, mate.
Feels like
It is
this
nice.
would be something that should be celebrated. A place where we should all be able to gather together. But why does it just feel like a funeral?
At this point, William takes Rico off his shoulder and puts him on the table. Pulls out his journal as he realizes this is the one aspect of Xenia that he has not once drawn. He begins to take very detailed sketch of Rico, ensuring to place it on the portrait of Xenia that he's drawn, where he has continuously seen Rico positioned time and time again. As this is the last and only time he will ever be able to draw Xenia again.
Grendel's gonna take the photo, the family photo that Xenia drew of everyone in the group, including Nog. I don't think Millie was added, but there's Gody, there's William. I don't think Emrys was added, but she goes, I know the whole party isn't in here, but Emrys, so since this is your place, if you would want to hang this up somewhere, you're welcome to. Xenia drew most of it. I drew Nog, and Nog kind of looks just very like
Stick figure.
Yeah, like the original OG Goaty drawing that Grendel did, but this photo that you see is like of like everything else aside from like Nog is like this very beautifully detailed sketch that Xenia did, and she's just gonna hand it to Emrys and just go. There were a lot of us that started out on this adventure, and obviously not many of us made it, but maybe I can get better at my drawing skills, and we can have more pictures of the party that we can put up.
Yeah.
It's just in case anything happens to me, then this would be nice to have memories for people to remember everyone else hereby. You know?
We'll frame them up. We'll nail them to the wall somewhere in here. Start a whole collage. I'm sorry, mate. About Xenia.
Yeah.
We never should have been there.
Tell me, mate. What happened?
Well, me and Millie were headed down into the sewers. And I think Millie saw that Gotti was down there and he was in trouble. And he just, got us down as quickly as he could.
What? I'm also referring to the fact, what happened to the plan that we talked about? The reconnaissance.
Well, the plan was to get in, but then we saw Gotti was in trouble. We couldn't just leave him down there to die alone.
Yeah. Gotti, what? Why didn't you wait for backup? Why did you rush the operation?
In a tower filled with mages, the time to strike would be when magic was void. There wasn't time. We had to try.
But you had no plan in place. The plan was reconnaissance, and then we meet back up and produce a plan. But you didn't follow that directive, did you?
Neither did you.
William, this is what I'm talking about, mate. The directives and come on, mate.
We lost 2 people. We nearly lost that fucker there, pointing at Gotti, in an attempt to rescue him from his fucking folly.
We're not soldiers like you. We make mistakes. We're just people.
Mistakes cost lives. We need to be better than just regular people.
I'm trying my best to learn. It's not easy.
You pointed out the fact that I tend to be on the more suicidal route, and I can't fault you for that. But I usually take courses of actions that only ensure that I die, not bring harm to any of you. Usually. Unless my fucking... He points to his vest. Unless this piece of shit starts acting up and takes me in a completely different direction than I intended. We need to work better together. We need to talk to each other. We need to have plans in place before we do anything.
Well, then can you at least make a promise to not just rush in on your own and commit suicide missions to where we have to go in and rescue you and risk our own lives within doing so from what you have taught me?
By that point, when you bring that up, that's when...
Make that promise.
But when you bring up William going on his own and whatnot, that is when Calbran separates. And he sits beside William. You see this fiery apparition of green fire in the form of a dragonborn sitting next to William. I am no longer under my own volition. I have to work in tandem with this individual.
Yet another decision you made on your own.
But our plans align. Does it not, Calibran?
They do. Although if we can't close on these pieces of Paragon, what's it all for?
Why don't you ask Calibran if he would have tried to go for 2? After all, I have physical proof of the man's greed.
Cody, I don't blame you for trying what you did. I probably
do.
would have done the same thing, and I would have been just as stupid.
I would have done the same too. I wouldn't have been that stupid though.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
We would have had a plan in place had we known what the stakes were.
The plan was to take advantage of the low time in magic, mate.
That's not
what
enough.
we tried to do.
You rush an operation, people die. You need all the pieces of the board in mind when you make a plan.
Not assuming
was
that
not-
the backup was the mistake.
That was not an operation, mate. That was us flying by the seat of our pants.
It's an operation when it's a mission that aligns with our mission, collecting the paragons. That is part of our mission.
That's clever to say, mate, but it doesn't line up with what actually happened.
You can't fly off the seat of your pants. It's how people die. Millie! Xenia! That's how they die!
Can we please stop yelling?
All right. Not arguing. We're just...
We have to find resources. We have to find backup. We took a significant hit to this group. We have to find people to replace what we lost. As cold as that sounds, it is the cold hard facts. Albrand, I'm assuming that you would have ties and let Gody suffer his fate, but Gody is too significant of an asset to the group. I couldn't afford to lose him.
If cutting
No, what
ties
you couldn't-
with Gody and leaving with the Paragon was the only way to do it, then yes. But if leaving with Gody and the Paragon was an option, that'd be more amenable.
I'd be inclined to agree with you, but it was either him or Gody, or the Paragon.
Unfortunately, the strength of that thing was far more than we could take, and we had no good options once it was into play.
Oh no, you guys had him on the ropes, looked like to me.
Were you in the same room?
Yes.
For a moment.
The only reason I'm not dead is because I wasn't the target.
So you're saying
Advantage of that. Next
So you're
time
saying-
you want something like that, use bait.
but the bait was already incapacitated.
And if it had just been me, it would have just been me. It means a lot that Millie and Emrys came to my aid, but had they not, it would just have been me.
Again, you are too valuable an asset to lose.
No,
mate.
this is an asset, and he slams his book on the table.
It wouldn't have just been you, though, Goldie. It would have been you, it would have been Millie, and it also would have been... Because... It also would have been Xenia. It would have not have just been you. It would have been 3 people instead of 2. So...
I'm still struggling with why it had to be Xenia to deactivate the fucking thing. He knew how to do it. He knew how to get to the room. He knew.
From what I was
Easily
told by
could have made
Trevor,
it look like anything he wanted it to look like, and done it him fucking self. And yet, you didn't want him to die. Why? He deserves to die for what he did to Xenia.
I'm of 2 minds, mate. Yes, I want Trevor dead.
We know.
You said it. I was thinking it.
Physically and metaphorically, yes.
Cheers, mate.
both drink from their respective tankards. Xenia knew the risks. Xenia was willing to take the risk on his own. Xenia is the best of us. Xenia is able to read people better than any of us. Xenia trusted Trevor. So if Xenia failed, it's because Xenia failed. It wasn't Trevor's fault. As much as I want to fucking believe it is.
I still want to squeeze the last little breaths out of that man until he tells me where my Helene is.
Don't you worry, I made him a promise that I'm going to send his head to the whatever layer of hell he crawled out of.
I'll deliver it myself. Just give it to me.
We'll be there with you, Rendell. But that wasn't the moment for us to enact our revenge against Trevor. He still, as much as it pains me, he still is an asset to us.
I think we all need a bit of respite from this whole mission, journey, whatever.
Yeah. We have some hard thinking to do.
I'm not very good at that.
I suggest we head to my hometown. As hard as it's going to be for me, it's going to be cleansing to the rest of you, I bet. A nice jaunt. And then back to the ship. Back to the war. Back to saving the world.
I'll present you with a thinking project, homework, if you will. I need you all to think about what is keeping you here. When you lay down tonight, think of what is keeping you here. Why?
Reaches over the bar, puts his hand on Nina's cheek. That's all I need. I don't need to think about it too hard.
I want you all to think good and hard whether or not this fight is worth fighting.
Grendel tosses back the rest of her pint. You watch, like, just swig after swig, and she just slams it down. And she kind of, or like, honestly has just kind of this numb, angry expression on her face that you normally don't see on her. There is a lot of sorrow in it as well, but it is mainly just anger. And she looks at William, Godey, Emrys, everyone else around the table, and she goes, "You'll know what I've been fighting for. And I feel like I've already lost so much. Not only the people I care about, but pieces of myself that I don't think I could ever get back." And with that, she's gonna kind of shove away from the table, and she's gonna make her way up to her room and just curl up on her bed and go to sleep.
At the same time, William stands, reaches over the bottle or the bar on his way out to the front door and snags 3 bottles and walks out into the street. I'll be back. I'll pay you later.
Good. Oi, the answer to your question, though, to your homework, is that it's worth it because we all live on this dumbass rock. We have to continue living on it, and magic's going to make that quite difficult for me and my son if it's gone.
Good. Focus on that. I'll be back.
Grendel, on your bed is an envelope. with a handwritten script on the outside. It says Dahlia. The inside note is from your mother and father, telling you that they wish they could have seen you before they left town, but with everything happening, they thought it best to leave as soon as possible. They have given you the location of where they will be, and they will not move, so you can come and see them anytime. They love you to the serpent's tail and back.
Grendel she reads it over, and as she was making her way up to the room, she was already crying. Her face is completely stained with tears. And just reading this over even more, she realizes that she's also gained a lot as much as she's lost. But it also brings on the fear even more of like, now I even have more to lose. And seeing the state that the world is in, she just kind of slowly folds up that note. She pulls her knees to her chest as she curls up in her bed with that note in her. She reaches into her pouch, pulls out that tiny, tiny little bit of that fragrant oil from Helene's shop, the same that Emrys's wife Nina uses. And she just takes in the scent, trying to think of her family and think of Helene as she just kind of quietly cries herself to sleep.
Cody. You all right, mate?
No.
Yeah.
It should have just been me, and I would have been okay with that.
I shouldn't have stopped fucking running. I don't know what I was thinking. Why the hell didn't I think to think Kit was? Am I stupid?
He kind of lifts his head and looks and goes, I should have perhaps gone to a different entrance, or gone to drag William kicking and screaming to the tower. Shall we continue with what we should have done?
Might be fun. No. I'm glad you're not dead. No matter what happened. As I said, I don't know you that well. But even though she doesn't remember you, I can see how Grendel looks at you. And clearly there's something there still.
Grendel was part of a small group of individuals that thinks for a moment about what Emrys might call them, and then comes up with KD gathered us all together and had the group break me out of jail the night before my execution. All of this because they deemed us all the individuals who could discover the mystery of the Ember Paragon, solve it.
Was it true then? Is it even true now?
He kind of thinks for a moment.
I feel like the closer we get to these things, the more and less I understand them.
They are almost incomprehensible. But such is the nature of something that has such intense magic that comes from creation, not mere conjuration, as you or I could do, but the essence of the creation of Vardin and the surrounding universe. It is because of this that when somebody broke the Amber Paragon into each of these individual shards, that a being so great as Minran had to take its place to keep the world spinning. We
Who'd
could
have,
have.
who'd have broke the pieces in the first place? Was it Caliban? Or
No, Caliban was trying to collect them for his own greed.
right, so he was after the fact. Who broke him?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, because Godi would remember. Vorak Ball.
Oh,
It would have been Zion.
That would have been my next bet. I wasn't sure if it was the next one down.
No, you're good.
So, Zion.
Zion's the bad dragon, right?
No, that is Astaroth. Well, wait, are they one and the same? No. Zion is one of the three primary four? Three.
So there are four primordial beings: Helios, Deva, Zion, and
That's right.
Maela, which is Vardin. Yes.
I remember reading something about that. That's right.
Yes, those children's stories are apparently true. We have seen firsthand when we went to Mindaran's library what seems like a lifetime ago.
It's crazy. I spent the entirety of my life not giving a shit about the gods.
As did I. But in my own studies of trying to come in contact with magic and Vardin herself, you cannot be one with magic or Vardin without speaking to Maela.
You know, I still don't know why this happens. And he just and summons a little tornado in his hand. I have no idea where this works. Where it comes from. Something in my blood. I passed it on to my son. For the longest time, I fucking hated my own magic. It brought me nothing but pain. Now, I know it's the only thing keeping me alive.
Magic is truly a mystery, one that I've studied for many, many years. I was not always capable of even the simplest of tricks, as he sort of like runs his finger along the bar and Druid crafts a small circle of like moss. But it was all that I had. I am the proverbial runt of the litter among Goliaths. So I did not have the brawn to pull my weight with my clan. I had to use my mind. And through that began my study of magic, spellcraft, the weave as a whole. And he flips open the book that he slammed on the table earlier when William was talking. As he draws a finger down a list of dates, times, and durations, which is every single event of the weave dissipating and for how long, as far back as Godi noticed the first one. It was through these that I began pulling at the threads that led me to Mindaran's library. It is all connected.
He kind of reflecting on your comment about the Goliaths and not feeling like you belong. For once, he actually pulls the hood off his head, his long, dark hair. He kind of pulls to the side, and you see his. For once, you see his half-elven ear. He goes, I understand not belonging anywhere. Very well. It's not fun.
Xenia was also a runt among his people. Small bit of connection. As much as it pained me to hear it half a dozen times, William was not incorrect. Xenia was probably, if not the best of us, darn close to it.
Certainly the glue held us together. I know why William wants us to think about what keeps us all here. Because he's afraid that with him gone, we'll all leave him. I just wish he'd understand that I'm not going anywhere. Not because I particularly like his company. Not because Grendel is a fucking ray of sunshine. But it's just, I can't imagine a group that wants to save the world more.
William is angry.
I am too.
William is angry because whereas I have admitted my fault and welcome people blaming me for my part in tonight's events, he either is refusing to see his blame or he cannot live with it himself.
Yeah, I think it might be that second one. Yeah. He has a lot of trouble accepting blame on his part.
I do believe that his moniker was originally given to him ironically. However,
I thought he gave it to himself.
this is also a probable story.
I've said it a number of times. That's a self-aggrandizing title.
However, William is an exceptional person to a fault. He has made a deal with possibly one of the most terrible and cutthroat individuals alive or dead. And he does this. Why? Because he believes at his own sacrifice, others will be safer.
You know, Millie gave me some pretty explicit instructions as to what to do about William.
This I would love to hear. It does pain me that I only have 1 day's worth of memories for this Millie.
He said, William has to be protected. William has to be protected from himself and from the world that will always come after him until the mission is done. And as soon as the mission is done, I'm to kill him. I don't know what to do with that. Not really.
Was this Millie's decision or William's?
Millie followed the Raven Queen, the Shadow Queen. She's not a fan of undeath. So
The debt must be paid.
in order for Millie to gain favor back with her and stay with her for the rest of eternity, I have to make it right. And Grendel will hate me. And I'll never forgive myself. But it's got to be done.
There's a lot that must be done. Do you believe that William has any idea that I did his homework a month ago?
I think you're a bit of a mystery to William right now. I don't think he has any idea where your head is at. But I get you.
I spoke with Maella, who asked why.
Me too, actually. Recently.
That kind of takes him for a moment. Like, and
remember
what
when I
did you
was
speak of?
You remember when you came onto the scene and I was all Crystal Man?
I do. I well, actually, no. What he says is, I cannot forget.
He quickly shows us the King's Fang and puts it back in the bag. He goes, Maella helped me fix that.
She
And
would
then
be the one.
William immediately asked for it. And you immediately wanted it to keep it away from him. And I didn't know what the fuck to do. I didn't know you. So I gave it to him. But now I'm thinking, maybe I'll just keep it.
Careful.
Hmm.
The pieces of the Paragon, they do call to the basest parts of you.
Oh, it doesn't leave the bag.
Smart.
Yeah. I've got my
Smarter than
Weavy
I
though.
was.
I'm good.
Smarter than I was. And it's because of that I was very concerned, leaving a piece in Xenia's hands and a piece in Grendel's hands.
Yeah. We're going to have to figure out how to get the bracer out of that wee little...
I will talk to him tomorrow.
Speaking of tomorrow, let's
Go
get some
ahead.
fucking sleep.
As Emerus and Godi discuss into the night and speak about William, as their words continue, the cameras pan across the streets of Grand Soren, eventually finding William. After wandering some of the streets, partaking in a bottle, it's then left in his footsteps as he opens another and continues.
I'm able to feel this again. Oh, that's a change.
There's Perks, kid.
Yeah. Tell me, you ever experienced the loss this hard?
A loss is hard.
Took a pretty big hit today, mate.
A few. I've had my fair share.
I got a question for you.
Full of them tonight.
Yeah. Did you ever lose anybody that felt like a son to you? Or did you lose a son? A daughter? Somebody tear your heart out? Or you just heartless like the stories say?
I remember one lad, a cabin boy, Billy. He was a good kid. One of the first few voyages I went on. I wasn't even captain. Just a scab on the deck. Captain raided the wrong ship. First mate told him not to. Bosun told him not to. Navigator told him not to. He did it anyway. We made a good haul off of that. Not a single man lost. Except that 17-year-old Billy. We'll pick up another one when we dock. There's plenty of young men willing to brave the ocean, he said. Billy and I had grown close over the few weeks we were on that ship. I wouldn't say he was like a son to me, more like a brother. And I will recall that the weight of that gold in my pocket assuaded the guilt that I felt. I've lost things. I've lost things more important than Billy. But there's only one thing that's left a hole. Far too big for any treasure to fill. And that's what we're chasing now. William, you find yourself outside of your old home. Travis Hornigold and Morgan, excuse me, I need to see.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Have returned from their evening at the Magisterium's dinner. You overhear some conversation. That's unusually early for the evening. Usually it goes a little bit later into the night. Something happened. Oh, just some roughing up of the outside. So they just decided to call security and take measures. But I'm sure everything's fine. I'll check in tomorrow, see if everyone's okay. From what I hear, some sort of enemies of the sovereign wanted to make an example. I don't know. I'll get more details tomorrow. Huh. Interesting. All right, darling. Well, you have a good night's rest. Katie. You have something.
Sorry.
You're good.
Internet rebooted on me. I got the end of Morgan's line. And that's when my internet cut out on me for a second.
I think that's where it ended, unless you want to pick from there. If not, we have something with KD, and then we'll start wrapping things up. Go ahead.
For KD, they basically waited told Goldie to make sure that they received the instructions of the way that they escaped, so the route that they used to exit physically. And knowing that they were heading in the direction of Trevor's, knowing that Emrys was heading in the direction of seeing his wife, KD had a different intention set. KD will make his way to the entry point that the group used. And as he makes his way to access this place, they are going to be wearing Travers's face. And they're going to make their way to the manhole cover, taking as many precautions as they can, making sure that they have their mage hand is basically invisible, but ahead of them to basically be used sort of like a walking stick for magic. But trusting that the glyphs that Emrys apparently removed could potentially allow them to make their way all the way to the manhole.
You make your way in without issue. You see the spent sigils and things like that. You also see 2 or 3 guards in this passageway, as well as inside the chamber. However, upon coming across them with your facade, you are not bothered by anyone. If anything, you are acknowledged. Mr. Malfort, good evening.
Acting very Malfort. He's not acknowledging. Is very much like, "Don't fucking bother me." Way less than me. Have no time for you.
Yeah.
I'm on my way. I have a mission. Don't bother me. That's
As you make it to the manhole, they open it for you even and go, Mr. Malfort, they're expecting you. Excellent. You descend without issue.
great. I make my way all the way down. As I am descending, I try to keep an eye engaged at what the distance is once I'm descending. When I'm like 500 feet above the location, right above the ground, I just have a moment to acknowledge it, take a moment of look at the wall, look at the ladder, look at everything, sort of have a moment of mental note. Then I resume and make my way down.
You make it down to the floor level. You hear a lot more people moving around. The clinking of glass against the floor as there are people in there kind of moving things around, cleaning up some of the mess that is there. You see 3 individuals and a 4th coming down the stairs. One is Ezio Vargas. The other is Belarius Stride. And the 3rd is Aldora. As they all stand in the center of this room surrounding the piece of the Paragon, kind of discussing, looking around, Belarius Stride's face is one of concern, anger, frustration, something personal to him has been destroyed. He's not taking it well. Descending the stairs is Trevor Malfort. As he comes down to join this group, they discuss a few more things. What would you like to do?
They're descending the stairs before me or after me?
After. So they're coming from a different direction. So you came down kind of the back way. They're coming more like from the inner magisterium down the steps through the catacombs. And
Gotcha. Are they where the Paragon piece is?
The 3 of them are, yes.
I do not want you to act alarmed, but this is not over now. My peace and my great guardian, and he gestures toward the direction where he knows the guardian is, will be ready. But for now, I believe we have an imposter that we have to handle. And I gesture in the direction of Trevor. If you bide me time, I can wake up the guardian again. And I'm also holding an action.
Okay. Let's see. Where is... So disguise self is an illusion? Or is it... let's see, where is it?
Disguise self is an illusion spell.
Thank you very much. Abilities. So you've approached them
Mhm.
and spoken this. Make a perception check for me, Katie.
I'm going to spend ancestral past life for added 6d6. It's an 18. I will say my passive perception is 21.
On the outside of Aldora's hand, a single eye opens.
You say that I see it?
Mhm.
As soon as I spot it with the corner of my eye, I look at Eldora and I smile. If it were not for our differences, and he turns back into his own voice, I would be impressed. And I am going to use 3 charges of my amethyst to create a 4,000-pound gravity reversal downward as I simultaneously use my mage hands to basically be right below the paragon, because 4,000 is enough to make hold object, a movable object, to actually drop. So what I want to do is I want to have the mage hand hold the paragon as it drops from the gravity, latch to me while everything is 4,000 feet. And then what I do is I cast Dimension Door from underneath my feet to 500 feet above me where the stairs are, where I pause briefly. And once I get there, I use my last charge of Amethyst to cast Fly upon myself for 10 minutes. I cast Action Dash because of Cunning Action, double dash for my bonus, and I get to fly 60 feet per turn. On top
Okay.
of that, just for fun, I can add Misty Step as well.
Okay, I'm gonna need to write this shit down. Okay, so we've got what in play?
Don't
So
worry, guys. We just got a little thing with KD
So, wait.
here. He's just going to go and do an entire freaking thing.
You have fly speed of what?
60.
30.
60,
total
30.
with dash.
Well,
Double-
if you're dashing, oh yeah.
But so wait, is it a fly speed
Mm.
equal to your walking speed, or does it say
equal to my walking speed.
which is 30? Okay, so that means that on a turn you can move 90 feet.
Yeah, but I'm also out in my Dimension Door, which is 500 feet.
Yes.
So I'm basically up here and 500 feet away from them, and then adding 160, 120, 120 feet of distance plus 15 extra feet from Misty Step.
Yeah.
Mad lad.
You're batshit insane, Victor. I just want to tell you
I know.
that. You are batshit insane. Like,
Better
Katie
hope that
has
not
grand-
one person has fucking counterspell in that fucking room.
Katie has grandkids. Like, he's gonna have the ultimate grandpa lore. I'm just saying.
A lot of people in that fucking room.
I know. That's why I'm not planning on sticking around.
I'm a little less worried
Okay.
about what the people can do and more so what the tower's going to do.
So you are casting Fly Run me through those
So
actions
the
again.
first thing is
Charges to drop the.
to
Yep,
drop the gravity.
got it.
Yeah. So provided that I was able to move with my mage hand, it's basically my mage hand engulfing my hand, so I'm not actually touching the paragon.
Okay,
Moving, so I'm basically grabbing it, but technically my mage hand is basically placed over my hand so that I can actually hold it and catch it. And as
gotcha.
soon as that happens, is dimension door underneath me.
Okay, so that's the action that you were holding.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Oh God. He's running all the calculations right now.
For all the yelling
Like
that
a
you did. No,
machine.
Cody, don't go in there by yourself. It's a suicide mission. Who can you not control?
Katie wasn't there with
Okay,
us when we.
okay.
It's a reaction. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay.
God damn it.
I would like to add that he has diplomatic immunity.
In 37 countries.
So they. Let's see. What is dimension door? Right.
I'm also going to add, just in case we remember, KD actually has the item that allows for him not to be tracked through any clairvoyance.
No, you're right. Yeah. So you use these charges. You drop the paragon. Counterspell. As a reaction from Valeria's Stride.
Oh my god.
So, with how we're doing counterspell, because it gets, let's see, we're going to do.
I think it's you roll.
Mm-hmm.
If you roll high enough, it counters the spell. If you don't roll high enough, it doesn't take up the spell slot.
Okay.
I think.
Just a question: what is he trying to counter?
The spell that you cast.
Dimension door.
The gravity?
They can't counter that. It's technically not a
Correct.
spell.
Correct.
So that happens. You have it in your hand. As the magic is beginning to form to dimension door you out, there is a reaction counterspell from Valeria's Stride. So who has to roll? Me?
You.
Okay. And
What's the level of dimension door?
I think 5th level?
4th level.
Fourth level.
Fourth level? You have to roll a 14 or above.
Okay. There's no additions to it.
Your spellcasting modifier.
Oh, you add your spellcasting modifier?
No, it's a D10 or it's a D20 and you have to roll 14 or above. There's no addition to it. Wait, technically everything under a certain level is automatically counted. Hold on.
It's under. It's
Depending on what level
Are
they
you talking
cast
about the
counterspell at.
2024 counterspell?
Yeah.
That is, you attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. The creature makes a Constitution saving throw, and on a failed save, the spell dissipates with no effect.
So what's the DC? Is it the spellcaster's?
It would be the caster's spellcasting DC.
Hilarious Stride, where are you?
Oh god.
But if it gets countered, at least the spell slot is not expended.
Okay.
That's good.
So they have to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
So,
Katie would
Katie.
have to make a con save.
Okay. Your DC is 18, my friend.
Oofta.
They got rid of the it automatically counters shit at a certain level.
Yeah.
What you said is, what is the DC for the con?
18.
19.
Bro!
Fucking
You
Fuck,
fucking shit
yeah.
me.
Always. Fucking hell, man.
Let's fucking go.
Fucking wild. Fucking.
Katie fucking pulling through for the squad. R.I.P. Xenia, but goddamn KD, goddamn. Oh fuck.
Listen, let's all just go to the pub, get a pint, let Katie handle this.
There is
Effectively what we did.
a flash. Of this counterspell. As it seeks to impede the magic that you have prepared. It doesn't find purchase as you have moved with the wings of Nisithkir quickly, only leaving a cool breeze behind through your dimension door. As another spell follows up a green ray, sparks and hits the wall from Aldora, as she lets out a scream that you hear echoing through this hall. You make it 500 feet up to where you had analyzed and set the distance.
The next thing that happens while I'm still moving is I'm going to use my second prepared, stored spell that I was allowed to bring with me, and that is Sequester, which basically allows me to grab an item and put it in magic, so that way the item itself cannot be perceived by any means of clairvoyance. So
You
the item just as
motherfucker.
myself is actually hidden right now, and I continue up.
He's doing the most shit right now.
Fucking Katie carrying the goddamn team. And we don't even know it.
Listen, it aligned. Like when I saw the stuff that I had chosen, it aligned. I was like, "Can I do this?" Guess we're gonna find out.
Katie fucked around and he found out. That's for sure.
You make it to the manhole cover. You're exiting the way you came in.
I am, and as I am walking very quickly, I'm calling the guards, saying, "Guards! Guards! Move quickly. We have been ambushed. Nobody goes in and out of that hole. You understand?
Yes, sir. Of course, Miss Malford.
If anybody attempts to come through, you do not let them through, no matter the cost. Do I understand?"
For a moment, they take their eyes off of you, and then right back to you.
Right back to me.
Yeah.
Hunting action.
Okay.
I have basically 10 minutes worth of flying.
Okay.
So I basically just whoosh through. Actually, just to make sure that I don't give opportunity attacks, Misty Step.
Okay. Okay. Give me. Let's see. What would this be? Give me a dexterity check.
It's 15.
15. Okay. You move through. The attention of these guards has been placed on you. As you misty step, one misses. As you move through and fly through these tunnels of the sewers, one grabs a hold of your ankle before momentarily getting pulled off of it by the speed that you are going through with your cunning action. You make it to the edge.
Once I make it to the edge and I'm ready to exit, I use my last stored spell, which was Ring of Anti-Magic, upon myself, so that no magic actually can affect while they enter the circle where I am, and I move up. And I actually proceed to do it as follows. I get to the edge. Yeah, no, that's it.
Katie, you've made it out. A piece of the Paragon in hand, however, could not have done it without the party going before.
I would see if I allow Katie exits when the non-magic is there. Once they are completely out, they basically drop the non-magic field, cast their last spell slot to cast Dimension Door once more, so they can move 500 feet further. And by the time that they emerge on the other side, they have cast the Sky Self upon themselves once more. Sequester is basically keeping the Paragon unable to be tracked. And then the next thing is, as they're walking and getting lost in the crowd, they send a visual to Godi.
With that anti-magic field, how does that interact with your dimension doors and your sequester?
Basically, it would have happened. That's the way it would have happened. He would have dropped it, and then it would have been the moment of like casting.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're just using it to get distance before dropping it and moving forward. Okay, perfect.
Correct.
No worries.
It would be literally just to bypass the border. So it's
Okay.
basically turn on, turn off, drop by the border, and then right after passing the border, casting Dimension Door, 500 feet further, now wearing a completely new disguise, getting lost in the crowd, reaching out to Godi as the visual of the POV of KD is the eyes on the Paragon and says to Godi, it was not in vain.
Boom, 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 boom.
Cody. Before this image comes in, you wanted to do something.
Before going to bed, Cody will knock on the door where Grendel is.
Grendel, she's curled up, but she hasn't gone to sleep yet. She's honestly just kind of been laying in bed, just like crying. She's not only grieving Zinnia, but she's also grieving, like, she's like, I've been on this journey for so long. Am I even going to be the same person coming out of this when I find Helene? She's got a lot on her mind. And Grendel doesn't normally think a lot. So she just kind of like, you hear like a shifting and a creaking of the bed, and she's like, "Come in."
Gently opening the door, Cody would like show that it's him before closing the doors. May I speak to you?
Grendel kind of like slowly like sits up. You can kind of tell she's, again, I feel like the term would be overstimulated, like that numb expression of like she's almost like like not exactly nonverbal, but there's so much that has happened and there's so much that she's thinking all at once. And it's something she's just not used to. And she just kind of turns, she goes, "I will be honest, I got a lot going on in my melon right now, but I will I will try my best. What is it you need?"
At that, he would close the door. Ideally, if there's a chair that's easy to move, he would pull that to the side of the bed and sit down next to it. In lieu of that, he would take a seat at the foot of the bed so that he could see her. I have not seen you fight like that before.
Fight like what?
You've always fought with passion, with every ounce of your emotions. But you were always yourself. Tonight, you would have charged through myself and William to make it to this Trevor. What has happened to you?
I know I don't exactly remember you or all that we did together. But and I don't know when I forgot you or when I should remember you. But I do know that a lot has changed on this journey, Mr. Goldie. And if you remember who I was before, I've changed a lot to where I don't even know if I'll remember who I am after all of this. I want to find my Helene. I want to hold her in my arms. I want to find myself at home again. But what if there's no home for us to go back to after all of this? What if I make it to my Helene and I'm not the person she fell in love with?
If he could, Gori would put a hand over Grendel's and gently give it a squeeze. If it is within my power, that will not happen. But I need to know what has changed between Embershard and now.
Well, I don't know exactly what it is, but ever since there was this large monster with multiple heads. I believe it was called a fake Hydra.
I recall.
W- were you there? Wait, were you there?
Yes.
Well, ever since I took this potion, every now and then, whenever I get really angry and I want to fight, I sometimes, like usual, I will see red, but I know who I'm supposed to attack. But DM question: is Grendel aware of what she is doing as she is doing it, or is she like completely out of it? And like, does she remember the events of what she did during her uncontrolled rage?
During
Or
her blind rage,
yeah,
while she's doing it, she can see it, but she can't stop it.
does she? So she does remember it afterwards.
And once it clears, she'll remember.
Okay, so with that information, thank you, oh dear God of the DM table. Grendel just kind of goes and she goes, ever since I took this potion, it made me burp fire. Um, it made me very gassy, but I can't exactly remember where we found it. I think we actually found it at the tower that we
We
left.
found it in the Magisterium Tower in Greenport. I wasn't sure if that was the one.
Yes, my friend Toro gave it to me. He said I should only use it if did not find the strength to do what I needed to do, and I was very scared, so I drank it. But ever since then, it seems that there are times where I very much scare myself because I tend to do things that I don't normally think I would do. I'm angry, and I don't know if I'm just getting angry or if I'm losing myself more to that anger. And what if this is all my fault? What if I had only protected Helene more before all this happened? This would have never happened.
Godi is listening to Grendel lamenting. However, he's also doing math because Godi identified that potion first. When everything was recovered, he went through, he identified what we found and dispersed everything to whom we had. So, as far as he knows, for sure, a potion of fire breath should not do that, and it also
It's
should not
fire
have.
giant strength, actually.
Still,
Mm.
these potions are temporary. So he's now trying to piece together why, number one, so much time has passed and you're still feeling effects of it. And number two, why there are effects beyond what it should do. Because this is like, I think like a rare potion, but like it's still something that like you can find this. People know how to make this. Like it's like a souffle. There's a recipe. You follow the recipe and it does the thing. Yeah, it's difficult to do, but so long as you do the thing, it does the thing.
Right.
Somebody did not do the thing, obviously, in the Magisterium Tower. So either Godi was wrong, which that's that's impossible.
That's impossible.
Or the potion was not just that, in which we have Godi's response. Grendel, I have reason to believe that the potion that you took may not have been what it seemed. And if you will allow me tomorrow, perhaps after we make it somewhere safe, because KD has told me that there is a place that we should go. But perhaps when we have a moment tomorrow, would you allow me to try and see if I can find out what is wrong with you so that you are yourself while you are fighting, so that you are back to the Grendel that I remember.
Grendel kind of sits there silent for a moment. She goes, Mr. Goldie, I would like to find a way for you to fix my anger problems so I don't end up hurting my friends. But I'm going to be honest with you. Even if you do fix whatever that potion did to me, I don't think I'm the same Grendel that you knew. I'm sorry. I don't mean to disappoint you.
You could never disappoint me.
And
Grendel,
again,
you are kind and strong and driven. You are the only person who I have heard say that they would break down the walls of the abyss to get to the person you care about, and you are simultaneously the only person who I believe could actually do it.
I would go to the ends of the earth for her.
And I am to help you. I have promised your Helene that.
You know my Helene?
Your Helene found me. And your
Has
Helene...
Cody ever mentioned that he knows Helene before she lost her memory of him?
Probably before you lost it.
Yeah, well, obviously, but like, I'm talking like since he's returned. I don't think he has.
I'm
DM,
not sure.
would that like trigger anything? I don't know.
Talking about Helene and her talking to Godi. A familiar memory of him saying it before, like a deja vu moment. Like it was something that you had dreamed and now it's happening for real.
You hear Godi say that, your Helene found him, and then with a sort of half smile, your Helene made me promise to protect you. Not to stop you, not to dissuade you from what you are doing, but to protect you.
And upon him mentioning to protect him, Grendel kind of thinks for that moment of that memory of whenever Harpoon fell with the dragon and this like gust of cold was going to be coming through, and remembering reaching out to try and to protect somebody, but that individual would not let them. And she just kind of sits there, tears falling down her face, and she goes, "The fact that you know my Helene makes me so angry that I can't seem to remember you or the memories we shared. 'Cause You seem like a really good person, Goldie. And a really good friend.
Godi almost chokes for a moment. Because Godi will not lie to Grendel in this moment. I have not always been a good person. But I will always be a good friend to you.
There are times we are not good people. I've cleaved somebody in half before. We all make really screwed up and messed up decisions because we either care too much or we care too little. But as far as I could tell, I think you are a good person and a good friend. Doing something bad doesn't make you a bad person. It just makes you alive in the end, trying to survive. It's what we're all trying to do now, isn't it? William makes fucked up decisions all the time.
This is true. Grendel, I just want to help you.
I feel like everyone wants to help me, but then I feel rather useless, not able to protect the ones who are trying to do so. Perhaps it just makes me wonder if I am just more of a burden than I am here to help. I feel maybe I'm here just for my own selfish desires to get my Helene back. I know my mission with the Amber Paragon is first and foremost, but the main reason I started on this mission was for my Helene. Like, I'm wondering if my selfish desires are what's going to get everyone else in danger by the end of this.
Grendel, not a single Paragon piece matters for you if you cannot get to Helene.
They're the only thing that gets me to her. So I can bust down the doors of the abyss and I can kill Mr. Balls.
As you mention the Paragon piece, Scody, the image that Harpon sends you reaches you, and the words along with it. It was not in vain.
Grendel, you watch Godi's vision kind of trail off to the left for a moment as he just kind of looks like he just got super deep in thought. Like he just kind of like something like a lifetime happened in an instant, and now he's reeling from it.
William, you are at a tavern in the middle of this ruckus mess that you have started.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay.
You're not moving, though. Restart your camera.
Screen is...
My computer blacked out. I can't do anything. I just wasn't sure if you guys could hear me. Okay. In a tavern, starting.
You are in the middle of this fight, just throwing haymakers, having, I wouldn't say a grand old time, because of kind of why you are here, to take out that frustration and that anger. Really one of the only ways you know how to cope with it. And in the midst of this, you hear in your mind, oh, you just couldn't leave it alone, could you? Have fun being hunted, fucker. Because we're coming for you now. As you continue to throw elbows and blows, almost ignoring this voice in your head.
Yeah.
As with each tear, each fistful Your mind turns to Xenia over and over as you break a nose, split a jaw, and your punches become more precise and targeted, snapping ribs and causing internal bleeding. Emrys, back at the tavern, Nina calls you for a second. Emrys, do you know anything about these barrels over here? These are actually imports from the fireplane. Supposed to be really good stuff, but there's something moving inside of it.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, it started a couple minutes ago.
August back, baby.
As the top of the barrel opens slightly.
Takes the weave eater and just pushes the top of it open.
And the most
Out of curiosity.
Yeah, go ahead.
Out of curiosity, does he smell familiar at all?
Who?
Emrys. Because I don't remember him. Yeah.
No.
Oh,
no.
Nog's launching for the face then. Yeah, full facial hug to the face.
Yeah, Nina's gonna try to like pull him off of you, or off of Emrys's face. As this goes down, I think this is an excellent place to pick up next time.
Yes.
Beautiful.
I'm tired for this shit.
So we'll
William, get the stick. We have to pry his jaw.
So,
oh
yeah.
no! What are you doing? He grabs him by the scruff of the neck.
Hey, buddy. But yeah, I hope you all had fun. We had a good time. Victor, you are a crafty son of a bitch. Okay,
You motherfucker.
you are okay. Yeah, I love you.
Listen, I'm only capable of doing what I can do because of your generosity as a DM as well. Some of the things that this character can do.
I can't decide if what you did was a good thing or a very, very, very bad thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Why not? Why not?
Yes,
We'll find
the
out
answer
next
is
time
yes.
on Tales of Vardin and 2
Yeah, boy. See you, 2B Dicers.
We'll see you next week.